All right, so we can get started here. A lot of this information is going to be kind of stale just because of the CPI is kind of looking like we're going to be opening up on a gap higher. But on the monthly, really, yesterday we just kind of traded such a small range, didn't really go anywhere. So really no change here on the monthly. We'll jump right into the weekly. We can see the weekly so far, and like I said, there's a big difference right here because the market's currently trading about 30 points higher than yesterday's close, or yesterday's kind of weekly low. So we're actually above the weekly high right now. So we're kind of making a new weekly high in the Globex session, and we've got about 22 minutes until the market actually opens up. So we're we'll be in extended range on that upside to kind of start this session. Uh, but weekly, like I said, we're really just watching this high here, and that high is that 4206 quarter, right? 4208 quarter is really the key target that we've been talking about for a while now. And then on the low side, we're still going to be paying attention to this 4062 quarter. It come down and cleaned up a weak reference on the daily chart, but pretty much encapsulated this entire balance. We talked about this a lot of times that the market needs to balance before it can kind of break a level, right? We're pretty much kind of seeing that balance. So this is kind of that last college try or the old college try here. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get it going and try to take this market up into this gap. Switching over to the daily, you could see right the emotion that's kind of involved in the daily chart here. Really just not getting, little gap below, can't fill it. We've got a gap above here, just a little baby gap, and then there's a bigger gap up here, and there's a bigger gap down here. So the market's basically just been kind of sitting in this range, since late March, early April. Just been kind of trading sideways for the most part. You've got about a 200-ish point range, if that even, and we've just been kind of oh, that would be funny. We just trade in a little 14-point range today. That'd be hilarious. Um, but the market's had plenty of time to balance here. We had talked about this. Every time it comes down, it gets bought up. Came down, got bought up. Right, settled here. Kind of unsure yesterday because of the CPI, and then we got a little boost off of the CPI. So let's go ahead and actually talk about that real quick, and we'll kind of see um, really like what we talked about yesterday, right? We talked about this number coming out. Where's the today? It was yesterday. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So that's the Chinese CPI yesterday. Maybe I'm blind or something, or maybe it's just not showing on here. Oh, here it is. Okay, so yeah, I wonder what wasn't showing. So it was Monday. That's why so on Monday we got these reports out of China, right? And oops, and we had kind of talked about this. Their exports versus imports, right? And we were saying that if this imports number comes in bad, then it's good for the U.S. market, right? Well, it came in bad. That's Monday. Market really didn't do anything. Didn't really do anything Tuesday, and then today we get the CPI, and the CPI doesn't really come in bad. It just comes in line, right? Narrow misses basically across the board, 0.1%, and then the market takes off. So it kind of had a double good news, right? Because what's bad for China is good for the U.S. economy. Well, kind of saw the repercussions of that. They're already looking to cut um, a or they're already like pricing in uh, a rate cut, which is not surprising. You're the first to like today. You win 4.9. Well, the thing is so like for the CPI, the market was kind of expecting this exactly, and then there's another CPI number before the Fed meeting anyway, so it's not as big of a deal. Um, but really, the only thing that could have caused the market to go down would have been a higher CPI number, like above like 5.7 or above this 5.5, because the core CPI number came in line, right, and then core CPI came in, just a tick above. What is interesting is that they're actually including tips into the CPI number, which is kind of crazy. Um, I never knew that they did that till today. But anyways, jumping onto the profile, you can see yesterday's profile, kind of a textbook neutral extreme day, right? We have excess most of the entire session contained in initial balance, just like the previous day. The initial balance is very narrow, and we get excess on the high, excess on the low, and the market just basically just real fat in the middle. Globex session, right, as we can see now, trading at the highs or trading higher here, starting to get up to that 170. This is kind of the move we were looking for yesterday, but just never got it. And now we're coming back up to the top of that balance. Remember that gap is up here, starts at 76-ish. Let's see, crosshairs. 77 quarter, just about. So that'll be a level we have to watch for, right? See if there's some reactive selling there, um, or responsive selling there, and we'll kind of see what happens. Overnight inventory is going to be net long, right? Not a ton of volume trading until right now. You can see where most of the volume traded at right here, 41.50. If you were watching earlier, the market basically zipped up to 41.50, held for a second, and then continued. So a lot of volume came in there. A lot of people probably exiting short positions on this way up. We're going to be opening up on a rather large gap. A gap of more than 10 handles typically tends to be a difficult challenge for newer traders. So if you are a newer trader, don't be afraid to just watch the market for a little bit today and kind of let the dust settle before you start to just start firing off shots. We can expect an elevated tick to start the session. We can expect an elevated breath, right? Remember that settle was 41.34. We're 30 handles higher than that. Definitely going to be key to watch some of the excuse me, the sector boxes early on to see if they get a continuation here. Doing a little peek around the block here. And use extended hours on. Start with Apple. I'm going to drop this down to 30 minutes. So you can see Apple, right, kind of just slowly trading down the past couple of days since Monday, catching a nice move up, trading close to the previous day's high, but not quite. So still kind of lagging the market here. AMD, right, just looking real strong lately. Amazon, real strong as well. You can see where that high was made. What was that date? The 27th, I think. Yeah, 27th. And that's kind of that key resistance. The key resistance still holds, right? Traded that. That was the earnings, right? Apple earnings or Amazon earnings, excuse me, traded up there, traded down. And so, now we're coming kind of back up into a little bit of resistance. Pay attention to that. Google trading up in the Globex session, but has since kind of come back down. Meta looking about this about the same. Still, you've got a lot of these things kind of breaking this little downtrend that they've been in. So it'll be key to see if they can kind of maintain that and keep that move up into today's session, or are you going to get more liquidation? Remember, we've got up here, for weeks now, and every time we get above this 70 level, 70, 80 level, we start to see liquidation. So you don't want to just kind of abandon all ship because of what just happened on the market. You gotta pay attention and trade the chart right in front of us. You can see Netflix, right? Netflix had a good day yesterday, gave it up at the end, but still ended up trading pretty well. Has broken out, right? There's that downtrend I was talking about. It's kind of broken out. Definitely something to pay attention to. Nvidia, right? It's kind of just been holding. Nvidia's just been looking real strong. Kind of been doing its own thing, uh, different than the triple Q, right? It's kind of been just a beast of its own. There's a lot going on right there. There was also some news yesterday that China's gonna be like making their own chips. They're gonna be announcing that they're gonna have their own chip maker, so that'll be an interesting thing. And then even Tesla here, right, had kind of been holding this downtrend and since past couple of days broke. Looks like it back tested yesterday and then is trying to come back up. So it'll be something definitely to watch as the session continues. Heading into today, we're really kind of looking to see, is the market going to hold above this balance, right? We've talked about this here. We'll go ahead and smash these all together. Right, we're seeing we have this balance. We've got kind of that poor low down there, I guess, when you smash them all together, and then excess on the high. And so the key thing that I'm kind of looking for is, are we going to be accepting up here above in the top of this balance? Are we going to get some volume and start to test this gap? I think if we get failure to test this gap above early on, then we'll probably see a little bit of correction overnight inventory. That 4150 being a real key level lately for sure. Go ahead and look at some gamma levels. Drag this over here. Gotta update this sheet real quick. What are we trading at? 4164. We're out of that negative gamma state, it looks like here. And then if we plot some things on the chart, let's see what we've got going on. Strike, fall hook gamma. Drag this over, pivot chart. Make it a little bit easier to see. All right. So it looks like you've got really high call gamma up here. This 4200. That 4150 still remains a fairly large level. When we separate these here and just look at total gamma, you can kind of see where that zero gamma level is at, right? Switches over here at 4140. Remember, this is just zero DTE, so it's not it's not including like end of week and all that stuff. It's just today. Basically, how this is working is these areas are going to kind of act as a bit of resistance. So right now we're 4160, 4170. We look at this 4185 is that kind of next big level up. So should the market get above that 4185 and hold, we should be looking at 4200, 4195 as a bit of resistance. We can see that there is put gamma all the way up there as well, all the way up to 4200. And so basically what would happen is if they're short these puts, then if we climb above, and this looks like there's a big one on 4175. So 4175, 4185, the 4185 will definitely be having to watch. But should we climb above that, there's decent odds that we do go test that 4190, 4200. Market makers would kind of be forced to buy the market since they were kind of trying to squeeze it down in. And so we use those levels, right, to kind of see where the market makers are positioned, and that thing's kind of telling us that the market makers are basically positioned short up here, and this is just on the daily, right? So they're selling these calls, and then on that low side was that was it 41? Where's that zero gamma level at? 4115. And then that 4115 is about here, and then they're short these puts. So they're looking to kind of hold the market in this area here, right? And then they're kind of hedge properly in between. It would make sense for a lot of them to try to kind of bring down to that 4150. This is what we were talking about yesterday. If they could get it to that 4150 and kind of make it expire there, that's how they gain the most cash, I guess, or get the most liquidity, bang for their buck. And so that will be kind of a key here. I would say, especially if we look at, we bring this back over here and let's look at the daily chart. Futures, extended hours on. So if we look at the extended hours on the futures, right, it looks a little bit different. But to me, this is kind of a look above this balance area, right? So we're kind of getting that look above this balance area. So we want to see if the first thing we do at breakout of balance is monitor for continuation. Morning, Percy, and that will be kind of the first thing that we'll be looking for. So, being said, we could even take all these basically balance areas. We'll call it 4157, 4160. We'll be looking for the market to hold that. That'll be kind of the first look that I'll be looking for. Should we break that level, that 4150 is kind of in line, and that's kind of basically where is kind of make or break decision, right? If the market gets too much below that, it gets accepted back in this distribution, and then there's decent odds that we trade down to that 4140, 4138, which has been a key level. That our 4137.75 is our equilibrium level, so that would make sense if it gets down below that 4150, that's kind of the target down. And that's really kind of what I'll be watching for today if we're going to get acceptance above this big distribution here. And then, yeah, I mean, anything can happen. It could definitely reverse, right? It could be, the market likes it, but then, more fear comes in the market, right? We still have the debt ceiling crisis that's going on. So that's still something to be aware of, at least. And we don't want to just get too carried away based off of just what's happened right now. And you also don't want to just be like, well, it's up so high, we must come down. It's better, honestly, to just be a little bit patient today. Let the market work itself out. A lot of people are going to be adjusting early on. There's going to be a lot of open outcry. And yeah. If the market does hang above this balance here, like I said, I think there's decent odds we trade up to that 85. And if we can hold above that 85, that 4200 is just 15 points above. So it makes sense to try to get up there where we actually have some excess. Yeah. Other than that, we've got about 4 minutes till the market opens up. Now's the time to finalize your plan. Do what you need to do. Say some kumbayas. Morning, John. Morning, Dope. Morning, Nick. Morning, Jamie. Morning, Liker. Will the rally hold? Yeah, that's the big question here. And I think as long as we stay above 50, the rally's going to hold. But below 50, it starts to get a little bit more flippy. start to slip back into yesterday's range, right below 50. You start to kind of get accepted back into this lower range. And even if we just smash these two together, you kind of see how it's kind of really ugly double distribution kind of deal with real thin volume. So below that 50, I think these shorts that are stuck here become a little bit less nervous and maybe start to reoffer below that 41.50. So definitely want to be careful for that. Morning, Roach. Morning, Tobias. I do have to take off in about an hour, but then I'll be back after. But I'll leave the stream on and stuff so you guys can have the chart and discuss. Do what you do. Talk about me behind my back while I'm not here. Just kidding. I'm gonna have to eat something stupid. I fucking hate eating in the morning. That monkey's token's up 2,000%. In case anyone was wondering. Yeah, it really popped. It's nice. And goddamn, it was a pain in the ass figuring out how to buy it or how to swap for it, but worth it. All right, there we go. There's our bell. Seeing that tick is up. What's that high tick right there? 1547. Really high tick to start the session. Everything catching a little bit of a bid here. Nice continuation here. A little bit of a battle there, but you see some big bids step up here. So right here, 66 quarter. Watch to see if they rebid this. They're bidding above it. Nice. All the sector boxes real green to start the session. Tick's still real high. You can look at the breadth. I mean, it says above 1,000, just so much, right? See the breadth, 3 point on each. Everything's looking pretty strong here to start the session. Apple catching a nice bid off of the open. Nvidia's looking strong here. Microsoft as well. Watch the 66 quarter here. So if you are long, right, like let's say you longed cross of the open, which was the entry. Um, there you got long. Good shit. Yes, yes. We talk about it all the time, so I'm glad you guys are paying attention. Perfect, perfect entry. It goes below the open. As soon as it crosses the open, get yourself in there. It's a gap day, a huge gap. You already know shorts are fucking stuck. They're gonna have to cover, and as soon as it gets back above the open, they're gonna get nervous, and they're gonna fucking scream out. So perfect. That's awesome. It makes me so happy. My work is done. Let's go home. Um, but so with that big bid that stepped up here, right? The key will be to see if they rebid this level. If they lose this level, you're going to be looking back to some of these kind of weak areas below, but they're kind of forming this little ledge up here. And so it'd be nice to see them rebid this level. That would be a sign of strength. Um, oh yeah, no, you do. Nice. And so basically, I mean, you're still seeing a nice bid come in, um, and there's just no reason really to bail. Now, if we start to get below that 65, right? I mean, there's still a little bit of a bid below, but start to get below that 65, you can see that's where that 3,000, a bigger order came through there. Then maybe it's time to let it go, right? And look for a little pullback area. Um, oh shit! Hell yeah, Ace, good stuff, bro. That's awesome. You mind if I share it on fucking Instagram? Um, of course, this morning John already jinxed us, or Thomas, I mean, already jinxed us. Fucking said that we're going to be in a 14-point range today. So we might just sit up here and not do anything all day. I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's awesome, bro. Good stuff. Interesting here. You're starting to see the weighted AD come down, even though we have healthcare and tech both green. Nvidia took a dive, huh? On there. The Volt is up. The VIX gap down big here. Six down below 17 again. Not sure. 4060. Who wants that? Fucking 4080's out. 90's out. Like, their fucking 70 was a flop. Oh, a little liquidation there. Yeah, let me see. Let me see your screen. What are you trying to get it to do? Ooh, liquidation. Their volume. Yeah, I mean, you don't necessarily need them. Click on the gear wheel and then click on futures. Then it says show volume subgraph. Yeah, and then click OK. And then what else did you want to do? Oh, okay. Uh, go to your settings. Well, you have to do them on each, all the settings. But if you go to your settings here and then click uh, time access and then keep zoom. See that the scale right there at the bottom? It says keep zoom down. Nope, 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 nope. What are you doing? Go back. Right below. Keep zoom right there. Click OK. Yeah, you just have to do that on all three of those, and then it'll jump. Oh yeah, look at this. Little liquidation. Maybe they want to go back down to that 50 here. And this is why we have those areas, right? Below that 65, we wanted to be a little bit more careful and make sure that we're not just holding in. That weighted AD was kind of our first indication. We were seeing the weighted AD come lower, and we still had green tech and green healthcare, but looked like a lot of stuff trying to make a little run for the downside here. Nasdaq's just kind of holding. Yeah. Hello? The gap's not till 45 quarter. Yesterday's high. So watch this 50 level. Oof, slices through it like butter. That's not really the best look. Now let's see if there's some shorts that cover underneath of this 50. If we get accepted under the 50 level, that's not really the greatest thing in the whole world, like we were talking about. Really just slicing through this. You can see all the sector boxes have gone red. The breath has basically gone back to a neutral breath, and then that level below that equilibrium 41.3775. The Dow didn't really open up on as big of a gap, but the Dow's about to trade below yesterday's low almost. Not that far off. Nasdaq's got a ways to go, but I was almost down there. Yeah, it just kept going like her. Yeah. You're seeing a little bit of short covering coming in now and a little bit of a bid here off that 45. Starting to see a lot of volume come in here below 50 though. So this is a thing like you start to see acceptance inside yesterday's range and really just below 50, not necessarily inside yesterday's range. It becomes a little bit more bearish. And uh, like we said, like, that's pretty much a look above there, above the balance, right? I mean, we use the highs exactly, but we use value, right? So you kind of accumulate all these into this unfair look, just kind of makes sense. Apple's holding, Microsoft's holding. Yeah, Nasdaq about to bounce back over its open here. We do have crude oil inventories at 10:30. What's crude up to? Down. Was it 10? Might be 10. I think it. I'm not sure. Yeah, seriously. You had 14-point range, and then what was this? The day before was a 20-point range. 27. And you're kind of in that middle area, right? That we talked about. Like if you smash these together, you're in this kind of weak spot. So there can be some expected short covering in these two areas. This basically 44 and 40-ish area, right? We've seen the equilibrium be, excuse me, pretty reactive area. Um, we see the volume point of control move down. We see some maybe continued selling as we were, kind of continuing to make a lower low. The Dow's making a lower low. We're really kind of getting a flip on all cylinders here. The tempo is definitely slowed down a little bit. You're right. We got like two big moves down or two 10. The move down was basically like two 5-minute candles, like a 10-minute move down, and then the tempo's kind of slowed here a little bit. A pop above the point of control, you're starting to see some longs get stuck here. Intra-session too. Um, a pop above the point of control really can kind of maybe shake out some of the people that are momentum shorting here, and you'll probably test that 50 again. That'll be a look to see if they reoffer, but really that's where if you're looking to get long, you really want to see the market above this 46-ish area. They're just hammering this thing now. So you're into that kind of second week spot. Remember, I combined these days, so if it looks different on your chart, that's why. I'll break them back up. Yeah, Nasdaq definitely looks stronger than the Dow and the ES for sure. It didn't pull back quite as far. Nasdaq's not inside yesterday's range even. I wonder if there's some banking news that financials is down pretty big. They returned the margin rates back to normal. There's some bids trying to step up down here, it looks like, but not really getting any ground, right? They keep getting down ticked. More volume coming in lower here as well. There's a decent bid. It's ran over. The Dow advanced decline has went from positive to negative. S&P may be finishing triple negative divergences on the daily. Oh, from that high, you mean? Putin signed an annual decree about calling up military reservists for reservist training in 2023. Apple's making a new low now. Microsoft's actually bouncing up. Yeah, and it's an area Mr. Pro, that we've seen the market liquidate from before, or like, I mean, pretty much all the time, right? There was really only just that one kind of outlier day that we had where it just kind of sat up here, but then the next day opened on a gap lower and then liquidated, and that's kind of where that selling came in. So it was like they held it up to accumulate a short position, but pretty much every time it's come up, we've got that selling, and then every time it comes down, you get short covering. So it's like there's a seller here, but then the market gets too short, has to recover, and then all the buying that happens on the way up, people liquidate because they know that that seller's still kind of lurking there. And that's where that gap's at that 4208 half. There's that gap above, and in reality, that's really where the market needs to get to in order to kind of continue that move higher. And if not, you're kind of seeing, look above balance and fail. We're coming back into balance. Where do you say this point of control was at? Yeah, so that point of control is like 37. Let's see. It's like 38. Yeah. Oh, right, like where the equilibrium's at. That makes sense. You could. You just have. It's just that you would do it a different way. You would have to like. You would have to like make the TPO the amount of days you want it wide, and then it would just do that. And Microsoft's about to make a high here, almost a couple cents off, 30 cents off the high. There's a key level here for 50, and then 47 half is kind of where a decent offer came in on the way down before, or on the way up, excuse me, and then same spot 47, 48, 49. There's the liquidation under 50. So we've got to assume that there's still long stuck here above 50. And so as we get closer there, and I'm thinking like 47 to 49, you might see a little bit of you know weak-handed longs kind of bailing, assuming that we're not going to get back over 50. We got a 31 point A range here. No, no, I was looking at your screen, and like, well, I took the initial trade, um, where I got long from 62.75, um, closed it at 67, and then closed the last one at 63. I had my stop basically right above my entry, and then I was looking at your screen, and the next thing I know, I look back at, and we're fucking at 50. So I figured I better, yeah, I figured I better hang out for a second. Nice. Dow's making a little bit of a recovery too. So right here in this area, watch for longs to kind of start covering in a little bit there. Yeah, it was kind of surprising too. It was like a liquidation basically straight through the 50. You didn't really get any buying there. Big move down, big recovery. Let's see what happens here. We're above the 50. Remember, above 50, we like it. Dow's making a decent recovery. Weighted AD's trying to come up a little bit. Ticks back above zero. The breath on the Nasdaq's picking up a little bit. That nicey advanced decline got just the smackarooski of a lifetime, but it is recovering pretty decently here. Next level up is 60, honestly. Like, this week for sure should tell the tale according to the daily charts on the SPX. Yeah, Microsoft making a new high as well. Apple trying to come up. Really just have some of these value stocks. I mean, look at tech is back to green, healthcare is green, consumer discretionary is green. So financials really just getting beat up in industrials as well. Be right back. That's a good trade, especially because that's kind of like exactly what we talked about, right? Like we had this point of control here. It actually shifted down, but it came back up, and when it got above that, because you got long 46, you said. Yeah. Both of you guys had a good one. Spike in the VIX, and then the VIX is coming back down now. 1670. Yeah, it looks like we're trapping shorts on this way up, to be honest with you. It looked like a liquidation, shorts got stuck, and then buyers are kind of stepping up every so often here. Nice pop there. Is it though? Like, think about it. Like, it's not. It's not really that crazy because you have so much emotion in the market, and then you get above a key reference where you know people probably aren't paying attention to, because people are just focused on what the price is doing right now. And so, like, when we came down a little bit more, and we came down a little bit more, that everyone was like, the fucking bottom's gonna fall out. And then you basically get the same move. So, like, and I'm just like basically drawing from our 50. So we go 50 to 37. Well, I guess 38.50, and then you go 50 to like 61. They're basically the same distance. So, like, all of the shorts that got stuck here that got squeezed out over 50, that's basically where we squeezed them up to. Kind of crazy. I agree. Like, especially compared to the past 2 days ranges. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because we're yeah, exactly. And you know what? Like, summer's coming up, and so, like, if you traded patient and traded well yesterday, like, that'll do you some good in the summertime, because it's where basically what's gonna be going on. Summertime's fucking boring as shit. I'm not going to die, but yeah, summertime is pretty boring for the most part. But I mean, last summer was actually not bad. Fuck yeah, let's go. Not to brag or anything, but kind of a big deal. Good shit, bro. That's awesome. That was Kevin, I think. NQ is a gap and go. When was that? I didn't see that. uh, but it wasn't a, was the day total down? Oh, okay. That's, yeah. Okay. That's, okay. That's, yeah. Okay. A lot of offers trying to come in right here. And just clear this. Get that volatility out of the way. Yeah, NQ, did NQ close the gap? Not quite. What was yesterday's high? No, NQ didn't close the gap. Came close. Now NQ's back at the high. Yeah. There's a lot of orders that traded there as well. Like is that 60 basically? Mm-hmm. We could hear you fine before. No, I was just thinking I was thinking like cumulative. I didn't think that's why I wasn't remembering it. You're seeing shorts try to reoffer right here at this 58. The Dow didn't bounce above its open either. Kind of finding a little bit of struggles at its half back. I like the market here above 50, but I would like to see it, you know, even if we come down here back into this kind of weak spot, I'd like to see some buyers step up, and then I'd like to see them push this thing back above the open, or and ultimately above that Globex high, right? That would be the sign of continuation there. This is where I added one on the way up, 55. I like this level right here. PPI I think is Friday maybe. There's crude oil inventory reports out at 10:30. CPI came out this morning, Kevin. But PPI, China's CPI comes out tonight. That should be something that we pay attention to. There's PPI tomorrow, Thursday. You got jobless claims and PPI tomorrow. And then Friday you get all the England news that comes out, all the fucking GDP and shit. Weighted AD's making a lower low here. You're seeing healthcare go red. Ticks back below zero. See the weight or the point of control, volume point of control shift up here. Offer moving in, gets upticked. What? Back to the 50. Slicing through it again. Slice through the 50 again. That's interesting. See an offer move down to smother there, and it fills. They're still coming down. See that offer basically trading like right on top of the price. Like when you fill up your gas tank and you get exactly on the 0, 0. I was fucking muted. My bad, I was eating. I got a nice long here from 43. If we can't get back above this 50 again, I'm just going to have to kind of readjust and reevaluate. You see the POC shifting back down, so basically kind of the same idea here. We want to see it get back above that POC and then pop up again. You can kind of see like when B came down, you've still got a bunch of inventory down here, right? Even white volume, so pretty decent volume. And then all of a sudden we just started to pop, so it's more of just kind of an impulse trade for me. That's crazy. We might want to move our pivot up here. I know we've been using the 50 as the pivot. We got a lot of volume that came in around like 50, 58 to 54. What happens if you half back? Let's do this. Where'd the Nasdaq come back down to? Nasdaq's not even below its open. Dow looks like shit. Giant bag of shit. Oh, look at the breath has gone red here on the NYSE. All right, I gotta get going. I'll leave this on. Yeah, like I normally do. I should be back. I should be back like in an hour. Yeah, sure. You guys just talk behind my back while I'm gone. I'm sure. And Brad just bullshit. I'll turn the say. Somebody say something.
Yeah.
Test.
Okay.
Test.
Nice. So just so you guys will have the volume on the stream. So whoever wants to dictate what's going on in the market, play by play. The people that watch on YouTube will still be able to hear, so that'll be nice. Nice for them.
So thoughtful.
Some people just don't want to be in the Discord, maybe they're just like, I mean, I don't know.
Anonymity has its benefits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shit talk, that's about it.
Alright guys, I'll be back.
Cool.
Okay, bye.
Come see period.
I don't know how they're saying inflation went down. I don't know where these guys are shopping at.
Yeah, right, Kev?
That's insane. I mean, well, they just changed the items they put in that basket.
Yeah,
They do,
that's what I was
and
about to
it's like,
say. They add in and take out whatever they need to make the number what it needs to be.
right, and they took out energy and housing, like the two big things. It's like what?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
I mean,
exactly. I remember one time they took out beef and replaced it with chicken. They're like, well, people don't eat as much beef anymore, so we put chicken in there. And it's because like beef was like up like huge percentage, and like chicken wasn't. And they were just trying to like fix the number, crazy.
I mean, I never. Am I on? Yeah, I never eat fast food, and I went to McDonald's, and I could not believe it was like $17 for just a basic meal. I'm like, what? Yeah,
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Well, McDonald's is hell of overpriced anyway. That's some fucking crazy shit to get a quarter pounder meal and it's like $12.
Yeah,
What the hell?
yeah, and it's like that's
They're
supposed to be
making
a
money
place you
hand
go.
over fist
That's
with
supposed to be a
that
place you
shit.
go for cheap food. You know?
Yeah,
yeah. Remember the dollar menu just a few years ago?
Yeah.
yeah, right?
No, that's the
Nothing's a
condiment
dollar no
menu.
more.
That's crazy. I mean, we're paying $5 for gas in Phoenix. I mean, what's that about?
Are you back home?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh wow, we're gonna be coming through there
Oh yeah?
when we leave June 5th. We're gonna cut through Bakersfield. I think we're going to Vegas and then coming through past the Grand Canyon. I don't know. I can't say that 100%, but we leave June 5th to head to Texas.
Right on. Well, you
I
can
think we're staying in Phoenix too. I think that's one of the cities we're going to stop at and spend the
nice.
night.
Yeah, that's cool. You'll like it.
I'll have to hit you up.
Yeah, I'll be here.
I
That's
think I have to
awesome.
go walk a dog. I have a dog attached to me.
Y'all's gas is $5 right now in Phoenix.
Yeah.
Wow. I would think that would be a cheaper place because it's $5 over here.
It's supposed to be. And we should have cheaper prices. Most of our gas is piped in. It's not even trucked in.
I
And
can't even
so,
believe it's $5.
Say hi, Jack. Everyone say hi to Jack. Hello, Jack.
hi.
There's my dog. He would walk. This
What
is
a
what he does.
what
He's
a
like,
cutie.
please, when is it my turn?
Yeah, no, he does this from the time he gets up. If I'm sitting in my chair, he'll come over and he'll sit there and nudge me with his nose. Fucking dog. All right, I gotta
That
go
is
take him
awesome.
for a walk. I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
I'll be here.
Man,
That
in
is awesome.
Alabama, gas is like $3 right now. It's crazy that it
I
can be
wonder if
so
national
different.
averages. Um,
I mean, I think it's like $2.95 or
national
something. Like that's
gas
insane that it's like almost
prices.
double.
The national average is 356. Let's see what this thing says for Arizona. Pick your state. Arizona. Use state prices. They have it here as 470. Yeah. Oh, mid-grade 5. Oh, premium 528. Oh, yeah. Jeez. Mid-grade's $5 or 508. Ridiculous. What state are you in?
Alabama.
Alabama. Let's see. It says for Alabama. Alabama. 353.
Jeez, that's what it says for Alabama.
Yeah,
Dang,
as of 5:10, just today.
must be like the cities, the big cities or whatever. I'm out in the country.
I lied. I lied. That's the national average. Yours is 309.
Okay, okay.
Sorry, yeah, 309. So you're bringing the average down. I'm bringing the average up. Retarded. Hold on.
The VWAP's sitting right here at this 50. You also got the 50 EMA sitting right here at the 50. The C period hasn't been able to get over the 50 level yet.
Hey, have you guys read that book, The Richest Man in Babylon?
I have actually listened to it on YouTube.
Yeah, that's a pretty. I mean, it's a rudimentary book, and they just kind of tie all those stories into it to make it worthwhile. But that's a
Yeah.
pretty damn good. That's a pretty damn good way. The way that they wrote it, was a pretty good book.
Are you reading it or are you listening to Audible?
No, I'm listening to it. Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
The only book.
Does the guy
only
have
book
like
I've
the
ever read is this
accent?
book called Dopamine. What was that?
I was saying, does the guy reading it have like an accent and everything, like makes it feel like old timey?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
Yeah, I thought that
yeah,
was cool.
has a Babylonian accent. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he changes it. He even changes up he has I don't know, there was some non-Babylonian accent where he had to stutter, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah. Sweet.
What are you guys talking about?
The Richest Man in Babylon, that book.
Yeah, it's
Gotcha.
on YouTube. You can listen to it for free.
What you say?
Yeah, it's kind of cool because it's not about trading, but it gives you an insight to
Is it about
having your
Babylon?
money work for you.
Yeah, it's got a lot of good money principles in it.
Yeah, exactly.
I actually really like a lot of what Dave Ramsey has to say. I mean, besides his, religious crap, but just the no debt thing is huge. I always subscribed to when I was running business the other people's money thing, and you know what I mean. Always borrow money and use them a lot. I don't know. I've had to change of heart. Bankruptcy will do that.
Every time we've gotten to this like 41 area, it's been responsive. Now we're kind of bleeding down into it. So let's see how it acts here.
My ETH trade is not doing well.
Is anybody in a trade on the ES?
No, I've only had that one trade so far today.
I was hoping today was going to be a big day. I thought it was going to be I mean, I guess it still could be. I missed the big move up because it happened an hour before open.
The big move up was it started at 5:30.
Yeah, that's what I said. An hour before market.
Yeah, that was crazy. Last night I was talking with Stacy and Brad, and I got into a short at 41.38. and
I was in a
it just
short
had,
overnight, got knocked out.
yeah,
Oh, sorry, go
I
ahead.
ended up getting stopped out at at even because it went up 12 ticks, and then my stop goes right to even, and I used to have it follow it because it went all the way up to 4 points up, but
Hold on.
it came back and took me out, took the high, and then went all the way back down to 41, like what, 33, 41, 31.
Yeah, like 41 21, I think.
Yeah, I wish I would have. Well, I mean, I wish. Like, come on.
Oh, trying it again. Could have a little flush here if it breaks this. Boom, there goes the B low. See if they're going to break the A low. There goes the A low. And the Skittles fall out. Down about 5 points from the C low. 6 points. 7 points. Tagged yesterday's settle.
Crap.
Pretty responsive.
Shit's dropping pretty hard. Ugh.
Sectors are all red. Weighted AD's making a lower low.
At 1857. Shit. I'm an idiot. Man, I wish we were on Zoom instead of Discord. And I've listened to myself record on other platforms. I sound way better on like Zoom and so it's not the computer microphone, it's Discord, I think.
Yeah, the audio problem is pretty recent. It's just within the last
Yeah, it's
couple times.
terrible. And because Zoom isn't perfect when you do those spaces, spaces things on Twitter, those things sound perfect. But Discord, I don't know what it is. Everybody's like, I can't hear you. And you can't zoom in on the screen. You can't. And some of these numbers are super small.
Just run it on your phone. That's what I do.
You on Discord on your phone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can zoom in and you can
Yeah.
do all the stuff.
Yeah, same here. I run it on my phone or on my iPad.
Oh, my iPad. That's a good idea.
That
Dope.
way I still have my phone to do other stuff with.
Mhm.
You guys are
We just
very
came back into
smart.
that level where the news came out. So.
Oh, painful.
Mhm. Below where the news came out now. See if we get any response down here.
$57.
Caught a little bid down there. Back to the settle.
Wow.
Man, a little 10-point move off the low there.
What are we at?
Price is currently at 135. 41.35. Went down to 41 like 25 ish.
Oh, dang. Oh, I'm off my chart. Great.
So tempting to double down. Okay, I'm back. You miss anything? No. Dang. All right, let's try Discord. The other thing that's weird about Discord is you can't have it playing on 2 different devices either. Like it knocks you off one or something. I don't know why it does that.
Well, you can, but you have to
Ow.
create, like I have to, because I have one for my computer at home, and then I found
different
that I
account.
couldn't. Yeah, well, I was trying to go online. This is like a year ago. I tried to go online with Steve while I was walking my dog, and I was trying to show him the screen I was on, but I couldn't show it to him because it was on my phone. So I just created 2 of them so that I could have my screen at home always be streaming, so I can look at it from anywhere, but not have to worry about accidentally getting into a trade by clicking the wrong thing, because I've done that before.
Yeah. I closed out
And
on
then,
accident the other day. I traded. Oh, sucked.
yeah, I
You
get
can message and stuff. You just can't be like on a video stream on multiple devices.
right, right, or yeah, but you also can't, like when I'm walking my dog, I can't share my screen that I'm on right now with everyone. Yeah, I don't think I can.
Yeah, you
I can't.
can't do like screen stuff, but like you could have your like I could watch Brad's screen on my phone, and if I needed to reply to a message or look at a different Discord group message on a different device, you could do that. You just can't have like screen stuff going, like
Right.
watching streams and
Mm.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, also one thing nice about the having 2 is I can leave my screen up on, because I do those trades after hours, and then anyone who wants to watch it can just watch it. But then I'm also not tied to it, and if someone wants to talk, I can go on my phone, because I have it muted sitting in my living room, because
Okay.
we're down to the minimum of stuff, so I have no office anymore. So I'm just running everything on my laptop. Well, I was running on my laptop before, but before I had it set up in my office at a desk with keyboard and an additional screen. But since we started getting ready to move, thing just
So
sits right below my TV.
have you told your boss yet?
Yeah, I gave him at the beginning of
Finger?
the month.
Give him the finger
The
or the nose?
finger. Well, it's funny you say that, because I'd been talking to him about the whole move and everything, and if they wanted me to stay on, they'd have to fly me back and pay for me to stay somewhere, which I have a place. It would be like $500 a month, and then they just have to pay for me to go home. I'll work Monday through Friday, and they just have to pay for me to go home 2 weekends out of the month, so I could train somebody, because they have nobody. They haven't really been putting forth the effort to find anybody, because here we are 10 days into it, and it's like, there's people who are qualified to come on, but they're talking about bringing on someone who doesn't know shit about Infinity and having them and training them, and it's like, you're stupid.
For him to be a manager or a writer, or what really need training?
Well, they want to bring someone on to learn this new, I don't know what you want to call it, the management system that we use to write up repair orders. Because it's
What
one
is
that
it?
it's Techion. It's the one that our owner created, and it's taken over CDK. It's taken a big bite out of their revenue. I don't know what the hell you call it. Taking a big bite out of all the customers who use it, because every one of his 22 dealerships use it. Let's go. and it's not as easy to navigate as well. It's fairly easy to navigate once you learn it.
We use Reynolds and well, so I use
You're,
Reynolds and
they're going to bring on someone who's never done anything with Infinity, so he doesn't know anything. And if you have someone who doesn't know anything, don't you think you'd want to train him as fast as you could, or sooner? Or
yeah.
we're going to wait till the 11th hour to train this guy?
Well, don't none of the other writers know Techion? Whatever it's
Yeah,
called.
sure, but if you had someone who had been with the company for 23 years, and this guy has, I've never missed a bonus, I've never missed CSI, I've never missed all these wonderful things that they offer. Wouldn't you want that person to train the new guy instead of the guys who don't hit it all the time? Effective labor rate, hours per row, all these other things.
Well, not if I had to pay for airfare twice, 8 times a month.
No, it's not 8 times a month, twice.
No, I'm just kidding.
But you're talking about a month. You're talking about doing it for a month. But I mean, even then, I would hire
Yeah,
somebody sooner.
as a one-time investment, it would pay off for them to be trained well.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
there is paperwork that has to be done perfectly. There are uh, I've created
Oh.
I've created these checkoff lists. I have all these things set up so that I don't make a mistake. So that when it comes to the end of the month and they're sitting there talking about how much each advisor has cost them with
Yeah.
mistakes that they've made, and my numbers are always less than $1,000. Well, shit, there you go. And these other guys, their errors are, $3,000 and $4,000.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. 1 month of somebody messing up and making a mistake is going to be more than the airfare.
Yeah, yeah. Shoot, the other day, one of our guys put in a seat track in a customer's car, and it's $7,000 for the seat track, and they fucked up. They didn't get it approved. Warranty wouldn't approve it because they already replaced it. They didn't know it was over our decal, which is 6,000, which is what you have to get an authorization for. And so the company has to eat I think the cost of that seat track was $5,200 our cost. But it's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, jeez. Expensive mistake.
Yeah, and that's just one.
Was that a customer's
So,
car or what was that?
yeah, customer's car, their warranty expired in January,
Uh,
and it's a
they couldn't get Goodwill.
2019, and they thought it expired in July. They thought it was a 7, not a 1. You know, and if you're
Well, Infinities only have 3-year warranties. They don't have 560,
460.
460. Oh, we are in 23 already. God dang.
But I mean, just small things like that. I mean, it gets down to the pennies. Like if they do an oil change without them know, without on an expired plan, even if you do 4 of those, that's $150 at dealer cost.
Yeah,
It's
and
just little things
that
like that
stuff
add up.
I mean, you think about add all that up for 1 year of you being
Yeah,
gone, there's no telling what the cost would be.
yeah. I mean, it's going to be tremendous, especially with a new guy, because he won't be able to write fast, so someone will have to be watching him anyway. So you're handcuffing another advisor to make it so he can train this advisor. Just silly.
Getting a little bit of rotations down here. D just opened up. Got single prints above us now.
Oh, no.
Looks like they kind of want to close them. We got higher lows off the 1 minute chart. So this C period could definitely turn into excess if we get back up into value here. And D came up to C halfback. Got a few ticks of single prints left. I'll be right back in a minute, guys.
All right.
All right. So closed the singles, but really just traded back to the 50 EMA. This liquidation really started at like the 40, 75, 41 area. So we still got these Brad prints above us. So everything's red. We're right here in this thin spot. Had volume come in on that tag of the B low. Looking to see if we can get below this 37.5.
Are you looking to do a short?
Yeah, I'm in a short.
Where from?
I shorted against this liquidity candle I had. It's like 39.5 against the B low. But so far, still making higher lows on the 1 minute.
The dogs. Yeah.
All right, there we go. Got a lower low. Got a little break there.
Oh yeah, there it goes. Liquidates.
It was a pretty good response right there. So I had a zone at 35, came right
Did
down
you
to that, popped out.
did you get out, TJ?
Yeah, I'm flat now.
What'd you get flat at?
Let me look. I'm not used to talking while I'm in the trade, so
Oh, okay.
talking about the 1 minute candles being higher kind of spooked me out. So I flattened at 30, like 37 half or something like that. Right before
Oh,
it
right before we
like
liquidated?
yeah, right before it broke like 3 points lower.
Yeah.
I'm not used to talking.
Yeah, I know. I do that to my wife. She'll come over and she'll start talking to me and ask me to do something. And I'm like, I'm in a trade. And then she stops talking.
Yeah, I was debating putting my stop just at break even, and then I was like, I'll just take it where it's at. But if I'd have left it, it came right down to the zone. But I don't know. I'm trying to give it a little time. I try to give time between each of my trades and make sure I'm still thinking the right directions. Because we've had short covering off these lows. The only reason I took the shorts because it came right up to where I was thinking it would come to, and I got my liquidation candle, like more high volume come in, right at that Brad Prince. So I was counting on that holding. So I had like a 1 point stop or 2 point stop, I think, 1.5 points, something like that. Mm-hmm. There we go. They're trying that 41. Got it. I'd say it needs to hold that level. Shorts are probably gonna get scared if it stays over that. And there we go. Shorts continue to cover. Got him.
Is anybody in a trade?
Gotta be kidding. I'm in an ETH trade.
Oh,
Sorry.
No, I'm just watching this 41 level and see how it keeps acting. That was kind of the flip zone I had.
Okay, they're trying. Oh my god. They're talking about taxing miners 30%, regardless if they're profitable or not. I swear, countries doing everything they can to push out every company out of the U.S.
there was this thing on 60 Minutes on Sunday about this company that does meat packing, and they in the after hours they have these workers come in and clean all the machinery and sanitize everything, and they had over 190 uh, kids under 17, from 13 to 17, working at these. I think it was 9 different meat packing plants
Oh
or
my
meat.
In what? In
Yeah,
what? In what? In the U.S. In what?
in the U.S. Yeah, and they
In
got
what state?
fined over in like 4 or 5 different states.
God.
I think it was Texas, Oklahoma, Iowa, all of them in the Midwest, where they were all big meat packing places or meat cutting places. So I think it'd be worth it to get in here and put my stop at 41.
I mean, you think these are homeless kids, or do you think these parents are dropping these kids off and have a good day at work?
No, these kids knew, because they didn't go to work at fucking 7 in the morning. They were going to work at 11 at night, and they would work until like 4 in the morning when the meat packer guys get there, just cleaning these machines with, extra hot water and chemicals.
God. America. But these guys take these fines. It's just the cost of doing business. You know.
Well, they ended up firing over 100 employees of this company because of that issue, and many of them were managers that knew about what was going on. And the company, I don't remember the name of the company, but it was like a well-known company traded on the NASDAQ. And they claimed that they didn't know that these individual things were going on in each place. So you think that D was
And
mechanical?
it was just daycare. You know.
Right, yeah. Instead of paying for daycare, they're getting paid to go to daycare.
Let's see. If E can't take the D high, then we're still one time framing down.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, I think we got shorts trapped below 41, so that's why we keep bouncing right here. VWAP sitting at like 46, 3/4.
45 3/4. Yeah, 46 3/4.
Yeah, 46, 3/4 on 24
Oh
hours.
yeah. Yeah.
VPOC and halfback are up here around 47 too. Wouldn't doubt if we didn't catch another rotation down. And then see where we go from there. But on a zoomed in spot, I'm looking at that 41 to hold.
Yeah, me too. I got in at 43 with a stop at 41. There it is. It took out my first one. There it goes.
I wouldn't want it to get back below 43.5.
I'll move my stop up. I'm with you on that one. I'll move my stop up to, or my take profit at the C high. What was the number?
43.5.
43.5. Oh yeah. So either way, I'm in profit. I made 2 points
Yeah.
with the other one.
Yeah, on that, I would normally just
There
put
it
my
goes.
break even, and then if we get another push up like we just did, then I would trail my stop behind the last 1 minute candle, or the last 2 1 minute candles. Right now, I'd probably leave it.
I got my stop at 43.5.
But we're also coming up to VWAP, so it just depends on your.
Oh well, a big jump. Oh, flashed back and took me out. Zipped up to 48. Oh, no, it took me out on the low.
Did it slide up when it popped? Did it stop?
I had I had the trailing stop on and it took me out. It ran up to 44.75 and then the thing came down to the tick and took me out.
Yeah, jeez. I've
And I didn't
never
have a
used
chance.
trailing stop
How
before.
does that always happen? It knows exactly who you're at.
Yeah, total
It's a
bullshit.
conspiracy theory.
But what's weird is it ran up to 41.48, 41.48 half. And I had I had it at 49 half.
Yeah, with that halfback and VPOC right there, might have been a little safer take profit. A lot of key references: VWAP, halfback, VPOC. I don't like the trail feature because when price pops, whatever the trail is set to is just automatically going to move your stop to, whatever number is offset from where the price went. And it might not be a smart location for the stop, you know. That's the only downside to using unless you're going to be walking away or something, I guess. Still hadn't made a lower low in 1 minute. Mm. See if they squeeze them here. This 47.75. Probably gonna be resistance right now. Alright, there's the lower low. Little flush. Buyers need to step up here. If not, probably get a rotation.
You're thinking they're coming down from the C high if they don't take it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, not necessarily the C high, but I think we got supply right here. So if the buyers don't step up, then we'll probably catch an offer. Have offers start moving down.
Where that 4150 is back in play, huh?
Yep, right here at it.
Yeah.
Hmm. I'm struggling. Yep.
Yeah, it failed at the top, came back down.
average what was prepared for each out all local work and the long distance that it cost local work, but which was accurate. But I do not see that on your original quote. That is what it is. I forwarded it to you in email. You were thinking that the long distance would be Jesus God.
Okay, from everything I can see, it looks like it wants to go higher, but it's not getting the extra push.
Yeah, right now for me, it's kind of like a wait and watch.
Yeah, totally.
Wait for get more like MGI and wait for like a setup to appear. Right now the candles are a little choppy.
Yeah, to say the least.
Got like we got stuck short below and then we're coming into supply, so it's just kind of like a ditto in the middle. Unless you took like a short off VWAP on that third retest or something like that, but
Right.
She split it by address.
Back through the 41.
Yeah, I took a quick 2.5 point from 40 to 42.5 on that last pullback.
Yeah, it did bounce there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, okay, they might show up here, and then it started trading over that back and forth over the 41. I was like,
That's
it's
when I
not
bailed.
as responsive as it was now. And
Yeah,
supply.
actually, I think I got in at the 40 and a half. And nope, I got in at 41. Got out at 42 and a half. Got out the top fucking tick.
Nice.
Yeah, shit, I deserve that after that last debacle where it came back and took me out the bottom tick.
Yeah. Stupid stop moved up.
Yeah, shit.
We're bouncing right now, right where we did last time. That 35. See if they can break that low.
Until we sign the documents in Texas, we are still not knowing what our new is. Period. My question to you is that date flexible to deliver to Texas? Question mark, question mark. Just leaving on June 4th. That is concrete. Oh, that is awesome. Thank you. It might be the second week of June. Just an FYI. You're going to bring back this week, correct? Question mark.
It kind of capitulated. I don't even know what that means. It kind of rotated back down to 41.34. Oh, it's kind of, what I got, three at the 41.34.75. No, 41.35. 3 bars. Rotate it up. Oh, just broke it.
Yes, it doesn't matter, but we have to get that stuff over to Judy's son. And that will be our last day in California, so that is cutting it pretty close.
When did Brad say he was going to be back?
He said like an hour or something like that.
Will do.
I'm pretty sure anyway.
I might have to take off. I got tons of shit to do today.
I was trying to look presentable.
I've had a decent day. How's everybody doing on their trades?
I'm about even.
On your ETH? You don't trade
Yeah.
the ES, huh, Kev?
No, not just sim. But I haven't done that in a few days. I've been working on crypto just because there's been so much going on the
Yeah,
last week or so.
crypto's kind of taken off.
Yeah, yeah. I just wanted to. Just gonna get into some. I just wanted to really get into some decent long swing trades. I can just leave in there for a week or two and just not have to monitor them every day. That way I can work on the ES. But it's been kind of volatile actually, so it's been good. What about you? Are you in a trade right now?
No, not right now. My last trade was just a pullback. Caught a long for 2 points.
Nice.
And got out. I mean, I was thinking about getting in a long at 41.35. Just watching the rotation of everything, and it looks like I should have gone in at 41.34, and now it's at 41.36. And the tick is going positive, and the AD is upside down. AD's been upside down the whole day.
Yeah, they'll have to see if they can get over this 38. I think there'll be some resistance there from the trap longs.
Yeah, because it pushed right through there. There it is, rotating right back down. Fuck, are we going lower? Sure looks like it.
Yep.
But
Don't
they're
say that.
pushing.
Don't
They're
say
trying to
that.
they're trying to go higher. The bids are coming in higher than the ask.
We're at the settle right now. We'll see if F takes out the D-low here.
Oh yeah, 41.34.
So is it still one time frame down?
Yep. Well, yeah, unless this one zips up in the next 20 minutes and takes the E high. Good.
E was like a cessation, but it really just kind of checked up and got rejected. So rotation factor right now is -2.
What does that mean?
It just means like the sellers have a little more control right now. And there's more TPOs above the time pointing control than there is below.
Cool. Thank you.
Well, here we go.
Yeah, F didn't get the D low.
Nope.
Shorts covered. We'll see if they can get the 38. Got volume coming in.
Did you get into a long?
No, I didn't.
No, it got rejected.
Yeah, I couldn't get through the zone.
Nope.
Now I'm looking to see if it gets below 35.5.
If it stays above 34.5,
Trying it. Broke.
yep, got it. Yeah, and then it's just gonna, I think it's just gonna liquidate here. The tick is down, every AD is down.
Fucking LeBron gets to the gym, the stadium.
Yeah, you can see the thin spot on the volume profile too, around that 38 area.
Yeah, it totally thins out right there. Gonna make another attempt at it. I'm gonna take it. Does he need my help? No. Oh, shh.
Kids are playing toys. Uh, 38 held again there. If you are in a short and it gets over this 38, 39 area, be careful. Probably have short covering if it gets over that.
All right, I'm back. Well, hopefully he'll still be able to do here.
What are you saying?
I think you were talking to somebody else. Kevin.
Yeah, I was
Oh.
talking to my wife. Our gardeners, they're going to still be able to do our house, but they won't be able to do my wife's parents' house because it's sold.
You're gonna bring them to Texas with you?
What, the gardeners? Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think so. We're going to have to do something though, because we got a lot of yard at the new place.
All right, getting over that 39. Watch for short covering. I tried to hold it. They're trying to hold it. Got 3 1-minute candles in a row. The same high.
Now we get to push down.
Yeah, we got the supply from like 38 to 39, like basically 38 to 40. They're trying to hold it below that level. So if we stay below it, we'll probably keep chopping or move lower. If it flips that zone, then we'll probably get short covered. We really hadn't been able to establish below this 35 either, though. This would be the time. There was like a little trend line off the low that it broke, so could flush them right here. I'm still just watching right now. Oh gosh.
Boy, they are coming in on the bid, and yet they're still going down. Unbelievable. Oh my God. It's like pushing it. They're doing everything they can. Negative tick yet. Oh, there we go. Finally flipped. Now they're coming in on the ask. Oh, there it is, the bid. What is that number? 34 and a half.
Do you have your Gmail on your resume?
My email? Yeah, I think so.
Lots of volume coming in now. Little check down, still couldn't take the deal though. I almost impulsed in on that one.
It looks like the tick is moving back to positive, but the weighted AD is still upside down. Guy had jumped from 32 and a quarter all the way up to 37.
Yeah, I had my finger on the trigger to buy it when it was not breaking the D low, and then I hesitated. Then I just didn't want to get in with it a few points away from the bottom.
I know I was doing the same thing. I was like, oh, because as soon as it broke F, I was like, oh shit. Because I was going to put my stop just 1 point below the D. Now I'm second guessing my second guess.
Yeah, if we can take this, since it responded down there, they should test the zone again, where they've been getting stuffed. The 38 to 39.5.
Yeah, the only way they're going to get out of this is if they get over that B low and the F high. That looks pretty mechanical right there. And those are that's singles from a while ago. Singles from April 4th. Start right there. Oh yeah, that E low is the G went right to it. There it is. Got rejected again.
Yep, those offers are still holding.
Yep. Here's the ask. Ask is pounding. Tick is negative again.
I marked that area almost an hour ago. It's crazy how it just keeps getting rejected there.
So it's going to make a second attempt at the low.
Yep, I'm gonna try her again. It's really the third attempt. The F and the G both tried to break.
Oh, right. Yeah, right.
Looks like
It's struggling.
Now he's bored. He's looking for a body shop.
Town what? Where's that at? That's like hella far away, babe. Yeah, that's like Mesquite's like 40 miles north of Dallas, way up in Tornado Alley. There's my account information. I don't know. I might try to get in at 32, depending on what that tick does. Man, this thing is negative.
Yeah, I'd be careful of a flush this time. It's the third
Yeah.
try. I tried it right there from 34, and I should have popped out at 36 when it volume came in, but I let it come back and get me.
I just don't see why it would go down farther. I don't understand what's down there. Am I missing something? The bottom of, well, you got 30 as the, not the previous day. Is that the previous day's low? 30? 41.31?
Yeah.
So that's really all there is down there. What else is down there?
Yeah, I think we just got selling pressure.
Nothing. Nothing, yeah. Just fucking nothing.
Right now we got a buy and tell. D, F, and G are all weak. Maybe we get a liquidation below and then come back over.
Yeah, maybe dip below, catch some. Everyone can get out of their shorts, and then to the long we go. Oh, there it goes. What time is it? 9:50. So we still got 10 minutes. Hey, that was a rope a dope.
Yeah.
Goddamn. Looked like it was gonna go up. Fucking just flipped around. All right, go on. Go eat. Go finish eating. Is he done with his food? All right, there it goes. Here we go. Break the D. What's D at? 32. There we go. Got it. Now that G low is just a number. and they are pushing hard down. I tried to catch the run up from 4130.5. That might not be the
Man, it's dumping hard. If you guys are watching. Come on up. Just a lot of things. Especially emerging crypto is crypto. Crypto. Upset with me. You're more upset with me. Upset with me. Don't tell me. Let's see. Guess it before. Good. It's so comes to be right.
With Hostinger domains, you're in business. Every website needs a good name. The video platform you watch has it. Even some cats have it. And yours. It could be the beginning of your own. Domains at Hostinger won't cost you a fortune. Free domain comes with a 1-year premium. For the hosting. Besides, RT can't own it. So we know by now, morning, that we're going to get a good CPI. I would say inflation is down 40% since summer, and it's come down in the last 9 months in a row. We have work to do, but we're trending in the right direction. That is by where that inflation is going to expected, and inflation actually did come as expected. The market expectations were 5%, and we got 4%. And that's why we're currently getting a sort of a rally in Bitcoin. As you can see, we're at the risk head and shoulders and break the downside. Now we've got us below 24,000, but it's now a green candle. Green candles up to 21, just so you can see the effect of the candle. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about why the Democrats because I know that we talk about the Democrats and the Republicans, it's very in the United States, but we've got to call it spade. I'm not lying to any party, but we have to call it spade. Look at why the Democrats actually. So it's going to be a suggestion for you. As one of the coins that I'm probably going to buy. We'll decide together. So listen, it's going to be a great show. If you're just working, you know. Let's go. Wait, rising sun. It's a green belt. Section tomorrow. Crypto bubbles. There will be news tomorrow about crypto bubbles. Whole new meaning. I promise you that. It is going down the markets, and that is because we got better than expected CPI numbers. Let's dig into the CPI numbers. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about why the Democrats hate crypto. And again, I said I'm not aligned to any party, but we've got to talk, of course, straight. And the Democrats do hate crypto. The Democrats do want to kill crypto in the United States, and we're going to understand why that's happening. We'll talk about a couple of altcoins that I think might be worth buying.
What's up, guys? Again. Oh damn! Look at this little rally rooski, huh?
I'm long BSB, long BSB, and I'm long Arbitrum. And right now, when you go to the 91, I was 2 years ago.
You guys hear me?
Is because BCH and BSC is down.
Is this thing working? Oh, okay, it is. All right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, I just want to make sure it's working.
That people have now voted against that.
Looks like I missed a hell of a day, huh? Jesus. The wrong day to schedule appointments.
It was definitely one for the books. I didn't get to participate a whole lot, but
Yeah, it took a little long and I should have held it, but I'm still working on trying to identify continuation.
this continuation was a little bit harder to really sort of like completely call.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dead cat bounce. Crypto. A bit of a tongue twister.
So VPOC is up near 48. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
Epoch is up near 48, yep.
Wow.
I think we got some stuck shorts here, like on 33, 32. We came right down to that 0 gamma level and bounced pretty hard there. So there must have been some readjustments there.
So what's our gamma level?
I gotta redo this sheet real quick. When you get these big moves, you have to redo the sheet for some reason. Fucking TD Ameritrade, it's garbage.
That's all live data from TD Ameritrade? Like
Yeah.
those cells?
The Thinkorswim app provides it. It's
As long as you have the Thinkorswim app open, it'll do it.
Oh, no
called
way.
the data connector. It's what's called the data connector.
Okay.
So Excel has the ability to be able to talk to a data connector, and the Thinkorswim app is pumping out this data.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I just learned how to do this off the internet, so
Nice.
I'm not any. I don't speak in ones and twos and zeros and shit.
There's no twos, just ones and zeros.
You're not Nero.
You don't
You're not
speak.
Nero.
You don't speak like Stacy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm learning. I'm just not fluent yet.
Yeah, it's called binary. So it's either
Binary.
on or
Okay.
off.
Dang.
See, this thing's not even. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So 41, 10, 41 is like that that low spot, but there's 41.15, the total gamma on here. 41.20 is really the big level, the big level. So it looks like they did roll down because the 40.40 was where that negative gamma. I'm trying to catch my breath. The 41.40 was like where that zero gamma level was at, and then we started to get into negative gamma below 15. So really, we got to watch this 20 level here. What are we at now? We're at 34. So really, we want to be paying attention to that 20 level if there's another move down, and then that 35 level here, big negative gamma. So if we get above it, you should see a bunch of short covering. To be honest, at 35,
Above
which is
above
if
what
we
level?
start holding above 35 because of all this negative gamma, you should see short covering there. Because when you get these flip flops, it's like them trying to like adjust positions. So like, I'll pull over this.
Try to move around inventory, is what you're saying?
Right. Switch it to the magical colors. Yeah. See, so they're trying to pin here with this gamma, and then looks like it looks like they rolled a little bit back to 4100, but never got there. So they must have shorted that 4100 pretty good. And then that upside 4150 is still high gamma level. So basically, they're kind of trying to roll down to see if they can pin it below 4130. And if they can, then we start looking again for that 4120 to hold as support. And if 4120 doesn't hold as support, then back to the low side. I mean, obviously, the safer thing today has been after that initial volatility has been to short the rallies, right? But it seems like they're kind of trying to roll down these calls. And calls are trading on the bid, so they're selling calls. Yeah, exactly. So if they're selling these calls heavier than they're buying calls, that means they're trying to pin underneath 4150 when they must have sold a bunch of 4130 calls, most likely to try to hold this thing below 4130. And once it got up, you started to see pretty decent amount of short covering, because that move off the low didn't come in with a lot of volume. Doesn't look like it at least. And not really like the greatest excess we've ever seen, right? Was that like a point down there? Everything else pretty red. I'm surprised that everything is so red, to be honest, because Google had their little, the Bard meeting today about how their AI, and I saw a bunch of tweets about, how amazing it is. And then the last bit of liquidation up 39.40 area. There's a decent offer trying to come in up here, though. You keep seeing like buyers get stuck. There's another one there. 416 goes down tick. A key thing to note too, guys, like so especially on days like this, I don't know how much really like looking back you guys have done when it comes to things like this, but you want to look at this tick, right, and look at the breadth. And when you see ratios like this on big down moves, typically eventually they're gonna dry up, right? Because if if the market was going to continue with a bigger move lower, typically you'll see the breadth like -3 or -6 or so on, right? The Nasdaq breadth doesn't really get much over. I haven't seen it much over 6 or so, but well, I mean I have, but very rare occasions. But typically you'd want to see broad market participation is what either Jim Dalton would call it or Peter Reznicek. Someone I've heard it from somebody before. But that's typically what you would see, right? You'd see broad market participation, and so like we see, for the most part, all of our sectors pretty red. Our two biggest sectors pink, which is still not good. Weighted AD definitely in comparison, right? Big move down, even compared to whatever date this was. What's this? Wednesday, Friday, Thursday last week. So even some more downside momentum wise, but since has kind of cooled off. And so we kind of figure here, now that we're getting back inside yesterday's range, not that a sell-off can't happen, it just becomes less likely. Like we could still trade down, and if the breadth starts to increase, right, then you start to kind of put the pieces together. But a lot of times if you're moving down, you want to see everything kind of moving down together. You don't necessarily oops, the fuck took along at 31 stuff. You don't necessarily want to just kind of, I guess, just like get short-sighted, or I guess you would say like you've got to be vigilant and understand like, okay, is the market still looking for the downside? So like, right, for most of the day selling a rally has been key, right? But for most of the day, and I'd have to go back to really look at it, but for most of the day it looks like the breadth was pretty much declining. And if we drag this over here, we'll make this big. This is the S&P breadth here. For the most part of the day, right, we opened here, we got a little bit of a bounce, but as on the move down, it declined. On the move down, it declined. And so we're kind of flattening out. Breadth is kind of coming back a little bit, kind of coming back into this low. So if there is a move down here, what we want to pay attention to is the breadth continuing? And we've kind of have this aggregated or made a little bit easier to read with our breadth bubbles here. And these are free bubbles on ThinkScript. You can pretty much find them anywhere. But if you just go to thinkscript.com, they're all on there. So trade here. Basically back to neutral would be like move above 40. And you really see it, especially this week with how the market's acting, but you really see just how much this, or just the power, I guess, of an equilibrium, right? We've just seen the market really be attracted to this like 38 level kind of over and over and over. And now we've got some short-term shorts trapped these Brad prints here. We assume that should this auction lower and not get back inside this range where we created excess, that we have trapped inventory below this level. And then we look, really look for the weak spots. The 39, I think, is kind of that's where there's like a little gap right here. So you still kind of have like a Brad print right here on the 39. Or I guess if you're trading ICT, that there's probably a box right here. If you're on a 30-minute chart, I imagine. Right here. I guess it's not on the 1-minute chart. But on a 30-minute chart, there should be a little gap there. That's basically what ICT is, just kind of like Brad prints on every time frame. Of course, I coined the phrase first. But does that make sense? Like how it's something that you want to be doing throughout the day is because you monitor the breadth, right? Or look at the breadth, right? You look at the weighted AD, but you also, especially later on in the day, beginning of the day, it's tough, right? Because you only have the data from the open. So 10 minutes in, you're only comparing it for the last 10 minutes. But after we're how far away in 9:30, we're 2:30 here, so we're like what, 5 hours in? Yeah. So like we have 5 hours of back data to kind of compare it against. And that lets us know, like, okay, well, what's the weighted AD doing, right? Pretty much kind of moving up off this low. Where do I like to see, like, kind of the trend of it. So it started moving up, made a little bit of down move, didn't hold, started moving back up, right? So you're getting a little bit of recovery here. The breadth, right? The breadth is pretty neutral, right? We consider this pretty neutral, right? There's probably opportunity on both sides. The advanced decline is pretty neutral, not real bullish, not real bearish. It's the advanced decline is basically at 0, and the Nasdaq is at 31, right? The Nasdaq is barely about to be at its open, so the Nasdaq traded lower, but never traded below its Globex low. Basically traded to prior day's open and then bounced. Dow looks like a fucking bag of shit still, but is also bouncing. And then like there's some other things too, right? Like, so the things that I like to look at on this chart, and this is kind of like my internals chart. I like to watch Nvidia, right? Because my uncle trades it all the time. And then I like to watch Apple because it's Apple, right? Moves the market. And same thing with Microsoft. Microsoft's a big cap. If it moves up, the market's bound to follow. The VIX, right? And that's because if we see a big move down, like if we blow this up, right, and then we do put this on the daily, and let's do studies, do a little comparison. We can compare the SPX, right? So typically when the VIX gets big elevated, you'll see market come down, right? Well, the market came down today, but the VIX didn't come up to meet it, right? Not that it can't happen, but that just means that move down didn't have as much fear in it as maybe the volatility made it seem. You know what I mean? Um, could have, could be, it could be a number of things. Who knows? But for whatever reason, people weren't piling in to buy put options or buy calls on the VIX because, I don't know why, to be honest with you, but we just know that it wasn't happening. And then right here is the VOLD, right? Volume up versus volume down. Something that I like to track. I like to just see if it's below 0 or above 0. And then I have these 300,000 or whatever number this is. It's 3 million zeros. And that just lets me know, like, if we blow this up here, about a couple more days, you can kind of see if we look back at the date, right? This is probably a day where you just didn't want to be long at all, right? This is probably a day you didn't want to be short. This is probably a day where maybe had a little back and forth. Probably a day you didn't want to be short, right? And so to me, these are just kind of like those extremes. Like, it's like a, hey, don't do this. And most of my stuff is that's kind of how I set up most of my stuff. It's not to tell me to get into a trade, it's to tell me to not do a trade. Like, hey, if this is this, then don't be long, or if this is this, don't be short. This is just the weighted AD, same as the one on the main chart. I just have it on the 1 day. Has the AD, and then I have the Dow weighted AD, the Nasdaq. Well, it's actually the Dow tick, Nasdaq tick, and then also advanced decline. My bad. Nasdaq advanced decline, Dow advanced decline, and then the S&P 500 advanced decline. So the only difference there is instead of the NYSE, which has over 2,000 stocks, this is only 500 stocks. You still want to be paying attention to both, I think. I'm not really sure you can just get away with just watching one, to be honest.
You still in your long?
Yeah.
You think this thing is going any higher than 40?
I don't know. I'm ready to flatten out if we don't get up into this upper distribution. Like, we fail and put this mechanical high in, I'll just flatten out. Like, I'm not a huge fan of how this is kind of finishing.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking the same thing.
The POC for today is basically 140, 140. You can see the TPOC here, low volume, but then you got the VPOC here, and you've got 6 TPOs. Like, if we zoom this thing in, you've got 6 TPOs from 4140 all the way down to 4134. So for the most part, a pretty balanced profile. And this is something that I had put in the Discord before I left. I was saying, if the rally can't really hold above the B low, and that B low is here at 4140, then be careful taking any longs. It looks like it did come up couple of times before it came down. Well, C period looks like it was wild, huh? But and that's kind of where we're basically getting back to. You've got a distribution here, you've got a distribution here, you've got a big distribution here, another big distribution here. Remember, this is a 7-day profile. And so you're kind of in that center stage where we're fighting, and it really, if we can't get back above that 4140 and hold, you got to be careful, careful with any longs, right? There's probably some opportunity to fade. And then also, we had made this zone this morning as our flip zone. We talked about 4150 before the market opened. After the market opened and gave us a little bit of more market generated information based off of the price action, we kind of moved that zone up to 4154 to 58 because we really need to see the market up above that level to kind of confirm, bullishness, right? Yesterday's high was at 41.45. That's why I like to see it above that 41.40 because, better odds of getting above that. And then once we get above that, there's going to be a lot of people that are probably done shorting. And then just that 4150 is just that big volume shelf, but based off of kind of how the market added here, as the market started coming down, we got a little bit of a bounce, started coming back down. This is basically where momentum shorts started to pile in, and it really drove the market down, sliced right through that 4150. Liquidation happened. So that's why I'm more cautious here. Even if we climbed above 4150, we really can't get back up this 4158, then we may just kind of get this, honestly, especially if they're trying to pin this thing between 4130 and 4150. Does anybody know if this Jake Paul versus Nate Diaz is a boxing match, or is it a is it an MMA fight? Boxing. Jake Paul better just be focused on his cardio. He's gonna smack Diaz around just because he's so heavy, but I mean, I really like Diaz, and I'd like to see him win. I added right there on 4141. That's what you guys needed, huh? You just needed me here to fucking buy the market up. That's all. You just called me. Damn, it's already fucking 2:45. Why do they make sending crypto like such a difficult process? I don't understand that. You need to upload an ID. You need to fucking get some blood from your left hand. Fucking do DNA swab. Guys, just fucking let me do what I want. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna just wrap it up here. Pretty much just kind of chilling. Unless you guys still need the screen on. I gotta go pick up my kids. So, but for the most part, we just kind of had an outside day. We tested that high balance, got a liquidation, didn't quite make it down to the low of balance. Pretty much got bought up. At 41.15 kind of being the key level, and then here, as we're kind of leading into the rest of the day, we're really watching this 41.40 level. That's that B low, to see if the market can kind of stick above it. If the market can stick above it, then maybe there's some opportunity for a late day squeeze of some momentum shorts that are stuck here down in this lower distribution, right? We're kind of assuming right below this low, there's still some stuck shorts down here. And then most of the stuck longs, there was some stuck longs at 39. They kind of got opportunity to be free. So unless they get restuck, we'll kind of see. But for the most part, probably still stuck shorts. So that kind of leads us to the upside. The tick is starting to kind of firm up, and you see both of the breadths are actually positive. The ratio here on the NYSE is still a little bit negative, but just by 0.45. Microsoft is actually still at the high of day. Nvidia has come all the way back into value. Apple is right at its point of control. Really, the big losers on the day today are crypto, right? Bitcoin's down 2.5%. ETH's down 2.5%. Microsoft's actually positive. Meta's down 1%, getting a little smack. Google's up 4%. Disney's down, classic, because they just had earnings. Amazon's up 1.5%. Tesla's still receiving the fucking redhead stepchild treatment, down 2.1%, right? And remember, there's an attachment there because Elon says that he owns a bit of attachment there from Tesla to crypto. Yeah. Other than that, that's pretty much it. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Make sure that you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. And I will catch you guys tomorrow. Thanks.